We're doing it live, yeah. That. Okay. Fantastic. Ooh, the quality is not great. Never mind, that's a bit better. Okay. Everything's all set up. We're ready to go. In that case, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome to the Flat Park Courthouse. My name is Tyler Cohen, and I will be presiding over today's proceedings. On the dock today, we're back in Tangle Tower. We're going to solve a murder mystery. Perhaps. Everyone is suspicious. Everybody and nobody. Yeah. Don't know how far we'll make it today. I really don't know how long this game is. So we could end up solving the mystery, or we might just reach another checkpoint. Who knows? For now...
Mountains.
Mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains.
What?
They're more like cliffs.
Oh, okay.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier.
Huh. How do I open my map again? Do I just click this? Yes! Okay. There's 4 rooms that we have yet to explore. Oh boy. Let's just refresh ourselves on the family tree here. I think I've got
What is
most
that?
of it
I think
down
it's a family
still.
tree.
But we'll check, just to be sure. Just to be safe. Okay, so Flintfellow is not in the story as far as we know. Felix is in the game. He's Fiona's dad and Flora's husband. Let's see. Freya was the one who died. Poppy's the musician. Penelope is the bird lady. Percival's the professor? Is that it? Is that all of them? I guess there's Fitz. Fitz as well. He's the gardener. I think that's all the players. Yeah, since we have gotten everyone's statements, and we've explored basically everyone's room, we still have these 4 left to go, though. This one is Fifi's room? Hey, there we go. Oh, what do we got here?
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's suspicious.
That's even worse.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You can pull off a pipe.
God, I really do love these characters. There's a teddy bear. There's a chandelier. Look at these things.
Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
I don't
Indeed.
know. They just seem old-fashioned to me.
I mean, yeah, but old-fashioned fancy.
Plus, they're kind of dusty.
Yeah, that's my room. I really don't dust enough. I need to get on
I'll
myself
make
about that.
posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
Pythagoras.
I've not heard of that band. Are they any good?
I mean, it's entirely possible that I have been pronouncing that name wrong all my life. I would pronounce it as Pythagoras, but I'm not going to argue with the game devs. Book?
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Ooh, do we get to read it?
Is it a clue?
I hope not.
That is a...
It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
Okay. Alright, we'll click on the teddy bear.
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Oh my god. Lovely.
Save it for the judge.
Fantastic. I was not prepared for her to actually play along. That was amazing. Alright, let's check. Ooh, wait, hold on a second. What do we got here? That looks like family members. Is this a puzzle?
It looks like a microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it?
Let's see. Uh-oh.
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
Okay. It's a key puzzle? Horizontally slide the 4 magnifying lenses to correct positions. What? Oh. Oh dear. Oh my god, this is gonna be crazy. So it seems that I have to create the key using the magnifying lenses. Oh, this is gonna be crazy. The chat was bugging out? Oh, I'm so sorry. How's it going, McLeod? We're solving puzzles today. Hopefully we're solving puzzles today. Oh, jeez. Uh-huh. Oh, this one feels like the toughest one yet, actually. Which part is the smallest? Oh, jeez. I think I want to put this one here. Go. Just waiting for the GBO update. Very nice. I'm glad I could be here to help you pass the time. Oh, this is messed up. Let's put this one over here, perhaps? Okay. We have this one. Maybe if we combine these two, it'll work. Come on. Ah! Doesn't seem like it. Maybe this is too big? No. This one's rough. Nope, that doesn't work. Let's put the biggest one there. Seems rough. Okay, want that there. I think we want the double one here. Alright. Do we want this one here? Maybe if I do this. Bring that back a little bit. This here? No? Okay, that seems right. Oh. Ah! I feel like we're so close. There's an issue with this piece right here. It's so big, why? egg. No, I want that to be right there. This is in the wrong spot. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Perhaps this needs to be made smaller. We can bring this one up. I feel like this still needs to be much larger. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I think I've got it. Maybe a little bit more? Yeah, that's perfect. That's gotta be it.
That's the one.
Hey,
Woo!
not bad.
Puzzles. Yeah, this is a point-and-click adventure game, murder mystery. Extremely charming. And playing this on PlayStation, you can use the touchpad as a cursor. It's hilarious.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Ooh, a book. A secret diary. This book resembling a diary. It's locked with a strange metal device. Well, okay. I don't know what the purpose of this is. Porpoise. Okay, well we have a diary now we can ask people about.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Okay, I thought so. Oh god, math. Okay, so we have some interesting connections here. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's a nice gimmick. Yeah, it's a little awkward because you have to like click in to select things, and sometimes that moves the cursor. But otherwise, I'm actually really enjoying using it. You can also use, you know, analog stick. You can also use the motion controls, but that's wonky and weird and I hate it. Okay, let's see. So we have our two main characters here. They're connected. We have Felix and Fiora. Is that their names? They're married. We have the professor and the detective. Professor hired the detective. Penelope, the bird lady, wants to impress the professor, who's her uncle. She's also married to Fitz here, but there seems to be a mysterious connection with Poppy? Yeah, Poppy, who is the professor's daughter. Oh gosh.
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
I can see that.
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
Does it matter where I click?
That's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that. Do I? It's Detective Hawkshaw.
Okay, this is Felix.
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
Grimoire.
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking.
Oh, yeah, it kinda is.
Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
That's a good question. Was it after we first met her? Because her room wasn't unlocked initially.
It's Poppy. That's actually a pretty good drawing.
That's gotta be Flora.
Flora, not Fiora. Penelope?
It's a drawing of Penny.
Penny, Penelope, same difference.
Looks like Professor Pointer.
And Fitz.
Looks like Fitz.
Okay.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
Oh. Interesting. That's actually an interesting observation. Okay. Very, very interesting.
Boxes.
Boxes.
Of stuff.
Yeah, last time I played this, I got to thinking that this whole murder mystery thing might be a red herring. That maybe Freya didn't die, or that she staged her own death somehow. I have nothing to prove this, but when we ended last time, we got a little cutscene that went over everyone's stories, and they all lined up, and they mentioned that they all lined up a little too perfectly. Everyone was like paired off. No one really contradicted each other. That would be an interesting twist. Yeah, especially. So here's the room in which the quote-unquote murder took place. Flora here was present, like she was having her portrait painted. This is obviously the outline. The red paint here is actual blood, for one. That's not a knife in the picture, that's a feather. But the red tip is painted with blood. And our characters didn't arrive until after this was set up. Oh, also, Flora's mute. So she hasn't really offered anything helpful in terms of solving the mystery. But that's my guess. That's my not quite educated, but close to educated guess. Whose room is this? Ah, Penny's room. Okay. That's a lot of birds. What is this?
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Is it something Fitzscrew? Brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue color. Huh. Okay, that's just the information about Tangle Tower.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Let's look closer. Is this a puzzle? It's a puzzle!
They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Swap the positions of the 7 birds. Okay, let's see. Interesting. Oh, okay, we have a... They're connected by lines. I want to say green goes in the center. These two should swap. Nope, come on. Swap. Go! No! Let's do it this way. Okay. Let's see. Oh, but that one's... Let's go here. This one's gonna go here. I don't know if this is right. I think this is... Switch this out. Oh gosh, there's so many different aspects to these birds. I don't think the color has anything to do with it. No, wait, it does. Maybe? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Does it? I'm not sure. I just noticed... Ooh. Like, the green one's in the center. I feel like I've got the center line correct. So green is between blue and yellow. That feels like it makes sense. Ooh. Oh god. See, that's what I mean. Like, if you combined white with green, you'd get that mint color in the upper right. I don't know how you get the brown, though. That's the issue. Oh. But yeah, there's also the beaks. Different levels of open. How open is this beak? Not open at all. Okay. So I have it arranged by beak at the moment. So closed beak, still closed beak, slightly open beak, the slightly more open beak, still open beak, open, open. You're the painter, you know. Might be like a clock face? Oh my god. Ah! Then there's also the eyes. The eyes feel... Jesus. Alright. Oh, that's so annoying. We have 3 open eyes, 2 closed eyes, and 2 half-open eyes. Oh, God.
Nope.
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
Yeah, sweet. I figured that out already. Alright. That's... Oh boy. Interesting, interesting, interesting. If I put this here... No, no. It's here. Put that there. Maybe. Red and green might make brown. Oh, it does make brown, actually. Hold on.
No, that was it.
Oh, we got it. It was the colors.
Nice work. Did the door open?
Oh,
What's
fantastic.
in there?
Oh, gosh. Okay. A red piece of paper crumpled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. A message is angrily scrawled on the paper. Now I'll get her. See, that's oh.
A little tea set. Most recently used.
See, that could be a clue to the murder, but no one seems to really dislike the victim, Freya. Like, they all seemed pretty cool with her, even though she wasn't like a full-blooded member of the family. But Penny has huge beef with her cousin Poppy.
One of the cups has tea in it.
So I imagine that note has something to do with Poppy rather than Freya, but I could be totally wrong.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
I'll click on those, please.
A
Thank
little
you.
bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and...
What?
This one appears to be both.
Nice.
Sports.
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude. This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
Is it?
What does that mean?
Like, it really, I mean, it has like this bed with the drapes. It's got a tea set. But it's all luggage. In a tree with birds.
I don't know.
Also, this luggage.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
Let's see here. Penny definitely came across as someone who wants to get away, but simply can't for some reason. Like, she just doesn't have an inner to go explore and travel the world the way she wants to. Alright, let's go to Fitz's room. There's also a little garden in the middle of everything. That's unsettling.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
It's more just...
That poor plant.
This is his room. He lives like this.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
Okay.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
Okay. This is complicating things. I feel like this is distracting from the murder mystery, but... So Fitz is engaged to Penelope, Penny Pointer. But we have some stories and evidence to suggest that Fitz and Poppy Pointer, Penny's cousin, are a little close. Oh.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
Bed.
Doesn't look soft.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked.
Alright.
It's
Puzzle.
a combination lock.
Oh, this is interesting.
Sort of.
Rearrange the pieces of paper to find the combination for the box's padlock. Okay, well immediately this stands out. I guess this would just go down here, so we can move this up a bit. Ah! Is that not how it goes? Let's try this. Because this doesn't fit. Wait. Hello. They all fit together in different ways, don't they? How do I know which one's which, though? Oh, boy. Alright, so we have a teardrop shape. Oh my god. Oh, I see, okay. It's the sharp teardrop shape, so it's this one. So now we rearrange to find the next ones. So we do want to do this. Rather than going down, it's up here. Okay. So be this one? Yeah, it'd be this one, because these are not rounded ends here. So let's see, how else can we arrange these? Did we do this one yet? Yeah, we did, okay. That was the teardrop. Oh, here we go. This update is the prelude to the 4-year anniversary, I guess. You get a free roll every day, and the camp has a art of every GVO1 banner in a little gallery. Oh, that's so cool! I'll have to hop on after the stream is over. There's no free missions, so yeah, that's fine. I'm not in any hurry. Okay, that's that. How else can we arrange this? got something. Hey, hey.
I did it.
Boom.
What do I win?
Not bad. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's kind of ominous.
Oh, we like ominous here. I mean, that's not really ominous. Metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved onto it in letters either side of a heart. PPFF. I assume this is... Oh, it was in a locked box, so it's probably not Penelope. It's probably Poppy. Ah! It fits as a gardener, so having a trowel makes sense. Can we go out of this?
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
A puzzle? Okay, this is odd. Slide the lid open, then move the tiles into the correct slots? Oh, boy. Huh. Is this like an eclipse puzzle? Seems like a silly solution if this is the case. No. Josmar did the half off for the first 10 steps for the Snunju. Oh, the monthly reset's tomorrow. Ooh, okay.
Nothing. Still locked.
Yeah, I figured.
Tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots. Are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
That's very helpful, Sally. Thank you. Let's see. Close the lid. Open the lid. Close the lid. Open the lid. Okay, these little dots in between don't have any, like, distinctive markings, so it's probably nothing to do with those. Something saying I can't line all of those up, but that would be kind of silly. This also doesn't seem like it would be it.
Nope. It's not budging.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
That could be. I wonder if I have anything that would help me solve this.
Let's come back once we know what to do.
Let's check my inventory. See the bird book, the golden beetle. Various drawings. Nothing in the bird book. Oops, didn't want to do that. Golden beetle, do you have any information? No? The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. Don't think that's what we're looking for. Yeah, we might just not have the information we need for this one right now. That's fine. The last room. I think this is Percival's room? Oh, it's Poppy's room. Percival's room is the, whatchamacallit.
It's an octopus.
Place where you look at stars through a telescope.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of black.
A lamp. It is most definitely turned off.
Okay, there's a humongous eye drawn on the ground.
Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
Have I seen an eye like that before? Observatory would have what you need for the sun and moon puzzle. You're probably right. Ooh, ooh. I just had another thing. These two rooms are connected by the garden. They both have the same lock, it looks like. So I wonder if you unlock one by unlocking the other. I'll have to check the observatory though if that doesn't work out.
Sheet music. Presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Sheet music has been framed and is decorated with delicate old-fashioned illustrations. That'll probably be important somewhere. Piano!
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright.
Is it just an upright piano?
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
Oh, we have a
A
rose.
single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
Bed.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
Okay, humongous pile of dirty clothes. Also socks everywhere.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
This seems like
It's
a
a
puzzle.
metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking.
Yes.
Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the top. Okay. The guy's voice is familiar. He's from Dust. Is he really? Huh. I'll have to look him up. Grimoire from Tangle Tower. And I think another game. I think there's a game that comes before this one, but I have not seen that before. Okay, I think I see how this is gonna go. Each one of these is a combination of one of these 4 symbols. So this is the circle and the cross. This is the circle in the Y. The Y in the square, and the square in the cross. So I think... Do I have to do it every time? Oh, jeez, okay. Oh my god. Oh no, they all have to be up there at the same time. Oh, that's so... This moves the Y in the circle. Oh, I messed it up. So move the Y in the circle. Or maybe... Oh, we did it!
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Ooh.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Is it the missing part? Is it Poppy's extremely pink past? It is! The ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo is using a bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. The rest of the photo shows Fifi and Freya. It was hidden in Freya's room. That's hilarious.
There's something about that pink cassette tape.
Yes.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Yeah, let's go now. Why not? Let's see here. Grimoire, Tangle Tower. Who is his voice actor? His name is Edwyn Tiong. Huh. This is apparently his only credit, according to Behind the Voice Actors. No, never mind, I'm wrong. Age of Eternity, Freedom Planet, Apotheon. Yeah, Dustin Elysian Tale. You were correct, McLeod. Very cool.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
Not anymore, it's not.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
Wonder if it's the thing that sparked this entire suspicion.
Let's take a closer look at this.
What's the connection between these two clues? Let's see here. The pink cassette tape was found at the crime scene. Matches the pink cassette player used by Fifi. What? It was found in Poppy's room. Wait. Found in the crime scene. That was used by Fifi in this whole photo, but Fifi's not using this. We didn't find the used by Poppy in this old photo. I don't know why I missed that one.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
Oh, okay. Sal's got one too. That's the ripped photo. Perfect match.
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Don't think this is the case. Don't think this is the case.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Okay. Also, we have some other things. Don't need to worry about this.
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Oh, that's highlighted. That sounds like the theme song.
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How
Huh.
long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Well, we've already heard the tune, so we can just leave it there.
Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
Interesting. I'll probably go ask Fitz about those things. This terrifying son of a gun. Also this.
A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
I have no idea what this is supposed to be yet.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Before I talk to Fitz, actually, I'm gonna go back to Poppy's room. Try that lock.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Okay, slide the thing off. Aha! Okay. Oh. Oh! I see. I see. Okay. I think that's how the moons were arranged before. Yeah, okay.
I guess we'll come back later.
Ha 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 ha. It was a paired puzzle. Did that picture with all the connections have those math symbols? I think it did?
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we
are.
What's
Yeah.
that thing by
Look
the-
closer. Alright, so it's this, and then... No. Put it back. Aha!
It made a noise.
Woohoo!
I guess that was right.
Yeah, there's math strewn about all over the place, so I'm not sure what the significance of the symbols are. Like, it's Greek. But who knows what it's gonna be used for. Also, thank you.
And the door's still locked.
What do you mean?
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
Alright, well, let's go back to the other one and try and unlock the door again. So now we
A
didn't
big
actually
glass
unlock the
leads
door
out
this
into a
time.
garden.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Oh, I have to rearrange everything again. Ah!
Something happened.
Woohoo!
That must be it. Finally, it's open.
We got there.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Rooftop garden. Okay. Dragonfly.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
Headphones.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
Ooh.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Earmuffs. The lute statue. A slightly withered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs has been placed on the head of the statue. Can I look at the earmuffs? No? Okay. Rose bush.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
Yeah, that is a little weird. Seems like all the plants, or all the stuff that Fitz grows, turns out like really weird and crystally.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Is this bridge always
Oh
here?
good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
Alright, we got this guy up
A
here.
little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
Good question. Feathers?
Giant stone frog? Love it.
Yeah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
Feathers. Uh-oh. Feathers are mostly found resting on the tongue of a large stone frog. None of the feathers are from the ink-dip bird. I think Penny has 4 birds that match those feathers.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
Okay, so... this crumpled paper. Those look like rose petals to me. Flower petals originate from the red roses growing on the rooftop garden. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see what Detective Hawkshaw has to say about all this stuff. Let's see.
A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Sure it would.
And you consider that important evidence, do you?
Oh, come on. We're gonna do the crumple paper last.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around.
Sheet
Is
music.
that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
I mean, I feel like this is a clue, though.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
What do you mean, not sure?
Strange. One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Do you
Ooh.
also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you
Man,
see some
a lot of these
suspicious
clues are pointing towards Penny.
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they?
Wait a second, hold up. I just realized. We have Penny's birds. There's only 3 birds. Hold on. Interesting. So we got the yellow and green one, we got a purple one, we got a pink one with spots? Is that... No, that one's green. Interesting. I guess we had no real choice. Let's talk to Fifi about her diary first. Secret diary.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Cool.
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother. Like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Oh boy. Ooh, okay, hold on. Suddenly making more connections. So Fifi and Freya were really good friends for a long time. But she doesn't really have a very good Fifi does not have a very good relationship with her parents. I guess. Her dad made these little models. But he
It
didn't
is
make
a
one of
model of Freya,
Fifi.
made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
Oh, God. I didn't even make that connection. Oh, jeez. Oh, no.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
Loot.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
Okay.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
Huh. 4 feathers.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
Sheet
An item
music.
from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
That's fair, I guess. People change.
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is?
I mean, looks like it.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
Yeah, that's it for
There's
now.
something about that diary we found in Fifi's room.
Oh.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
I mean, we're literally right here. Hey, yo.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10.
So, there are secrets written in here?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
This seems... Ooh, it's not a diary at all? Someone else's diary? Shoot. Could be Freya's.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is
Oh.
not in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Shoot, I have no idea. Do we have anyone? Oh dang, I don't think I have anything to go with this. Freya's drawings maybe, but these are on different things of paper. This paper has the same color scheme as that. I don't think this is gonna work out though. Ah.
That's not it.
Yeah, I didn't think so. The drawings.
That kinda makes sense, but no.
Leo's book resembling a diary. It's locked to the strange metal device. Let's see here. Stars. The lock.
We need a clue that's got a connection to this one.
I don't think we have one. Not yet, anyways. Am I stuck here?
That kinda makes sense, but no.
Yeah. The open letter?
That's not it.
No. Is it trying to tell me that I do have something by not letting me leave? Bird's book?
That's not it.
No. Golden beetle?
That's not it.
Nope, okay. The photo of the painting?
That's not it.
Oh boy. How do I leave this? It's a new token bundle you can buy that gives you Char's Gelgug. Nice!
That's not it.
Ah! How do I leave? Oh no.
That's not it.
Russian palette.
That's not it.
Bum 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 bum. Oh no. 450 cost raid with the Naginata in a single blade version? Cool. I don't plan on spending any money on GBO2, but if I were to.
That's not it.
Can I leave this screen, please? A $30 bundle? Ugh. Spend $30 on these tokens and maybe you can do like, I don't know, 4 temples? This is... Oh, there it is, right there. We did have it.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Haha! This blue book was hidden inside. Who does it belong to? Freya.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it
You get
belonged to
31
Freya.
tokens? That's... What? For
You were hiding
$30?
Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Oh my god. Are they really trying to say that one token is worth $1? Oh, interesting. Fifi didn't want anyone to see Freya's personal secrets? This one.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal
Been that way?
secrets within Freya's diary.
Tisk tisk.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Nice. 3,300 yen on the JP and 27 USD on the US store. Also, big plot point time, yeah, for sure.
Finally, what's in there?
We're gonna learn something about Freya. Presumably something terrible. It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Okay. Soulbearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. That's already very ominous. Found my way into the middle surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them, all 5, eyes blacked out. Oh, Jesus. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. You could do with a little company. What? Alright, there are clues here, hints. Particularly this thing with the harp. Soulbearer? Oh, jeez. Can we ask Fifi about these things? Does she know anything? Get in there. Oh, okay. You can't actually... Huh, alright. Let's see, can we talk to... Let's talk to Hawkshaw.
A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet.
Yes, we have.
Locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
Okay, so that doesn't change anything. Alright, well, let's go talk to Penny about the trowel. Actually, let's do these ones.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea. Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent. Yes, it's my, my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at
That's
least
fair, I guess.
like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
That's not her flower, is
Between you
it?
and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
That flower's meant for Poppy. Ah.
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? Thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
I know nothing about playing the piano, so I don't know what any of that means. Loot.
Lovely. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
And the crumpled paper.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
Oh
It's
boy.
really none of your business.
I can actually believe that, honestly.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room.
Like, this seems very much a lover's quarrel sort of situation.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Suspicion.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses, aren't they?
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to.
Oh shoot. Ah, here we go. Freya's drawings.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Huh.
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears,
I feel
what
like...
are you accusing me of?
What am I accusing her of, actually? I feel like Professor Pointer, in his, like, testimony about the things that happened on the day of the murder, said he was in the rooftop garden or went through it. I mean, Poppy is his daughter, so maybe he has a way to unlock the door. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz? Steal money from them? Oh god, this is... Okay. What are the other options here? Oh, jeez. Just to spy on Poppy and Fitz. Oh god. And distract them? Why would I want to distract them? Steal evidence from them? That doesn't seem right.
One of Penny's birds was used to
Maybe
spy
it was.
on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I
That's
would never suspect
incredibly
Fitz of
untrue.
anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
Oh, hold up.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds.
Aha!
Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
We have that one yellow and green feather.
Let's take a closer look at these.
It's yellow feather. Penny's yellow bird. To confuse me.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden.
Oh
Could
boy.
have been spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
It's all coming
Sorry,
together.
Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz
No, I don't.
is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little...
Probably the gloom.
I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Oh, yeah, that's confirmation on that, I guess. I'll talk to the professor.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
I feel like someone went through the garden that shouldn't have been able to. Let's see here. Solved that. We know what's up with that now. Let's talk to Flora. We're not going to get anything out of her, but we'll try. Pond may lead down? She said it was deep. That's true. that's not the only pond either. Four
Do you
feathers?
recognize any of these feathers?
She likes birds. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, down here, I think, like, this pond here is a puzzle. But I don't think I can
I'm
do
still
yet.
not sure about this thing.
Yeah.
Should we take another look?
Closer. I still don't think we have enough. Yeah. But there's definitely, like, there's bird song, there's piano keys, there's singing voice, and there's a bell? I feel like I know a lot of this stuff. Like, this is probably the sheet music that we found.
Let's come back later.
Yeah. If we go to the front door, the doorbell has its own jingle.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
Yes. Indeed, indeed. So I know those two things are connected. This is where we found the letter, the open letter. It's a flower. So we haven't talked to Fitz yet. Creepy son of a gun. Alright, bud.
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
I love that everyone was, like, very protective of her former interests.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
Interesting.
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
We did read it.
We found these up
There's-
in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
Says the gardener.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs
Interesting.
for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No, I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right, of course.
The trowel.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
God dang it. Come on, Fitz. Alright, so he
There's
doesn't.
something
Oh,
about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
oh, Fitzy boy. Suspicion.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
That's tough. That's very tough, actually. I don't know if Fifi really dislikes this game as a nice style, right? Ugh. Everything about it is very, very nice. The middle one?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, If it wasn't a knife,
He could
what
have had
was
the
it?
feather. Ooh. The ornate trowel?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Okay. Okay, what are our options here? It's part of a matching set. There's no matching set. It's the only thing that can destroy something. It's used to bury. To look out for a potted plant. In Penny's room. Perhaps?
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
Uh-huh.
We need a clue to compare to that flower.
Oh.
Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
That's tough. Wouldn't be Freya's drawings. The ripped photo, maybe? No, it's not in the background there. Yikes. It does have a heart on it.
That's not right.
Okay, that's not it. The potted fruit?
Let's take a closer
Hey,
look,
there we go.
please.
Get in there, alright. Pot and soil. That's my guess. Pot and soil. In Penny's room matches the pot and soil that in Fitz's greenhouse.
The pot and soil
Aha!
in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me
Well,
guess.
Fitz.
Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed.
Oh my god, it
I wanted
does.
the
Oh
colors
crap.
to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
Huh. I do not know what to make of their relationship. It seems like they both want it to work. But at the same time, neither of them think it's working? I know, trying to keep the plant alive seems like a very heavy-handed metaphor for trying to keep the relationship alive. Does it say the same thing?
Flower.
Yeah, it's a
Flower.
flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have
Incorrect.
a reason to.
Interesting. I haven't really talked to Felix at all. A sad-looking man. I do want to check something. The only two people we haven't had suspicions about are Felix and Pointer. flesh this time? Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. That's this one. This one's disturbing. Found my way into the middle. So when she says middle, I can't help but think of this space here. Come to think of it, what is this? That's the harp. I'll come back to you, Felix. Hold on.
It's a big glass tube.
Big aquarium.
Filled with water.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it. Anymore.
Okay. Well, let's go talk to him. Wake up.
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue. These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
We know it's a secret diary. The pawn bars may lead to something I don't know. The fact that they talk about how deep it is stick with me. That's a very good point. I wonder if that pawn somehow feeds into that aquarium, so there's probably something in the middle there that we can get to. But also that line makes me think there must be a puzzle that needs to be solved. Because it also mentions the harp, which is a puzzle in itself. So we already know what all this stuff is about.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
What about the horn statue?
Now this is still in very good condition, apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
Interesting. That crack in the horn also reflects the crack in the gramophone and the tape.
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
Feathers?
Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
I don't know, man.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead?
Ah. So he doesn't like music. Already asked him about everybody. Alright, we haven't really asked Pointer about any of this stuff. I wonder if the game wants me to ask everyone about literally everything.
Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
Huh.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical.
Huh.
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
What do you mean?
If you don't know, perhaps I don't either. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes. Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
Uh-huh. Let's see.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know?
God, the rivalry. Let's see. We still can't solve the heart puzzle.
Oh, my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall.
Okay.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's a.
I feel like I may have underestimated the importance of this specific thing. Because Fifi pointed out that he managed to paint the red parts without any red paint. Maybe I need to go around and ask people about that. If I haven't already.
I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he?
Jeez. Don't think I've asked Penny about it. Poppy didn't talk about her mom either. That's true.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant birdcage.
Oops, I missed her.
A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
He does live in the music room.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
We already have this. Poppy says she didn't break the statue. Didn't ask
Do
her
you know
about
where
this.
those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
Found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
Which hallway? Come on, lady.
Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Uh-huh.
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
Lots of these two-way relationships where it's like, oh, both people are concerned about the direction of the relationship. And they're just not seeing that the other person is also concerned.
Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
Yeah, we already know it's a feather, but that still doesn't explain why the red tip is painted in blood.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh, how nice. Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
Sure. Man, alright. I wish I could talk to people about things that I've learned, but... So like this... I want to take a closer look at this, because we have the red paintbrush, which apparently has blood on it. Like, the red paint is apparently just blood. But there's a line being drawn from the paintbrush to the blood mark.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
God, I feel like that's... Papa says that she would mix all the colors she would need before starting her painting. The substance of the palette and brush was discovered to be blood, not paint. That's... like, what? Let's go back to Felix and try asking about other stuff. I get the impression I'm not going to get the whole story until I ask everyone about everything.
I've never seen that before. Looks valuable.
Sure it does.
Goodness me! That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
It doesn't.
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to.
Oh, that seems like a metaphor for Penelope as a whole.
Looks like it might belong to Fitz.
Indeed.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Damage
That
tape.
looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Ooh, this might be the lips, on the harp. Can I ask about the case file?
This?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
Kinda.
I found it comforting.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the fellow family?
The
Associates?
fellows and the pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome. Yes, less likely to come back.
That's
Yikes.
kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
Huh. Maybe we should go ask everyone about Tangle Tower. That's something we haven't done.
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar.
Huh.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it. A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
Well, that's suspicious, if it wasn't already.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
Yeah.
Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
Yeah.
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Okay, that was funny.
I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends.
Uh-huh.
Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's
I mean,
enough.
come on, we've gathered a lot of stuff. We know things that we didn't before.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The
Huh.
Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
Interesting. Do you want to go back to Flora's room? That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Or listen to that tape again.
The whole room has a strange feeling.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
No. This. Try it.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Yeah, we already know that. What would these words say? So I think all of the tunes that we have together, I think we're just missing one.
I'm still not sure about...
Should we take another look?
And look closer. Bird songs.
Let's come back later.
If we can find a bird, maybe that will help us.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No. It's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
This is the tape.
It's a cassette tape.
Yeah.
Or it used to be.
Green cassette tape, yes. Already know everything about that. Let's go back to the garden. Maybe not. Let's look at this again.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
That is very suspicious. There has to be something to do with that. Let's talk to Flora again. Have I given her everything of evidence? I haven't. Oh my gosh. It's so fast. I wonder why I hadn't. Case file. Tell us about the tower? Nope. Okay. Fantastic. Let's see here. Let's talk to Hawkshaw again. I talked to you about everything. Birds and cages.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would.
Ooh.
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too.
Potted fruit.
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
Yeah, I think our only real option now is just go through everyone, ask them about everything.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
Birds in cage.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Alright, let's see. Empty egg.
It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
Fun story.
Sounds like one of my stories.
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
What? Huh? What?
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
Okay.
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't
Everybody.
actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
Oh,
I see.
okay,
And
that's
what
what they mean.
happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
Something tells
The
me
lake looks like
Freya
it forms a
isn't dead and
perfect
she's the one who
circle around the
contacted us.
island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
Paint a model.
Felix made that?
Huh.
What's with the broken glass?
Yeah, that's my question too. No one seems to know. Alright, well, let's continue asking around. We've asked Hawkshaw about everything. Let's go back to Fifi. Hey, yo, Fifi. Let's go up the list. Horn.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
I like how they all say it lives in the music room. Back to Freya about the paint? Probably?
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife. What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an
Yikes.
inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
I'm assuming she means Freya.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh,
Early on, I was almost convinced that some of these people were themselves birds. So we can go back to Flora's room. Did he say Flora or Freya's room? Let's go back to Freya's room. There's dirt here. I can't. This is clearly a trap door, but I don't think we can go into it.
do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either.
Yeah, everything we need from here, as far as I know. Maybe I'm just hitting this right.
Do you think this was all?
I don't know.
No windows either.
Nah. Hold on a second.
Fifi's got something
What
pinned up.
is all this?
When did she draw this? This now feels like... I don't know. It seems like a board that's supposed to be like, oh, this is how we're planning things out. But it's definitely not. It's actually very strange. Now that I look at it.
Is Fifi trying?
Maybe. Did
Yeah,
you
we
ever
already
try
did all that? Okay.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
Frey and Fifi, yeah. Go to Flora's room. Maybe she has something else to say.
Freya's painting supplies.
I didn't look at this. God dang it. I was missing something the whole time! Ah! The glass pots are all cracked down one side. They're all cracked down one side. What happened that caught the loud noise? Okay, okay. Alright. Interesting. So, tacking the red string on the board here. Professor Pointer hired Hawkshaw to look for a golden beetle. I don't know why, probably financial gain, whatever. But this thing fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels. First knew you were missing something, maybe ask him about the new item too? Yeah. I also want to ask Felix about it, because he has paints as well in the same sorts of pots. Yeah, so this thing makes a really loud noise. Some of the people we talked to mention a loud noise. We have a horn, the gramophone, the tape, and the paints. Well, these three specifically were in the room where Freya was quote-unquote murdered. But this probably wasn't. This just sits in the music room. I doubt someone moved it up there, then moved it back down. I wonder if this glass could be one of these paint pots. Let's just check to make sure there's nothing else.
Freya's painting supplies.
Okay, it's the same stuff. Also, this one is noticeably different. Let's go talk to Fitz. We'll work our way back up to Felix.
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
Let's talk to Hawkshaw. What do you think?
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
They're important. They're the only thing we haven't asked anyone about. What? Oh, I didn't ask her about anything else. Okay. I missed her.
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
Nah.
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
These 3 birds remind me of Poppy, Fifi, and Freya.
Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think?
Okay, that's just a hint to ask her about it, to get the
There's something
clue.
I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too... peaceful.
So there are 2 families living in Tangle Tower?
3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between
Yikes.
them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
Ouch. Sorry I asked. Okay. Fifi.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Okay, yeah, I guess.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something.
Well, see, there we go.
Suspicious.
Yeah.
Let's ask him about it.
Yeah, let's just go now. So now the only person we don't have a suspicion for is Professor Pointer.
So, about this paint we found.
Oh, he did have a red paint.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
I don't...
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint.
That's the same
Something
pot
to
that
prove
Freya
who it
is
actually
using.
belongs to.
It would be Freya's paints. The lid is the same, but the pot...
Let's take a closer look at this.
Yeah. Freya's red paint pot. Oh, here we go. Stolen and replaced. Uses the murder weapon, broken by Felix. Freya knows what had happened. The lids were swapped to hide it? Ooh. What are the other options here? It was used to paint, full of, broken by.
Freya's blue paint
Nope, no, that's wrong.
is exactly the same as Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it. Now,
What? Okay, well, let's do... This uses a murder weapon, that seems kind of ridiculous. Can I look at the logo specifically? They're definitely different shades as well. Well, shoot. Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot.
Freya's
There we
red
go,
paint pot
okay.
was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
Well, the red... This red paint pot... somehow filled with blood. Before Freya used to paint Flora.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya
lake
used
water.
it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Fair. Okay. Did we ever ask? We never asked him about Flora's paint supplies. Freya's,
Looks like
not Flora's.
Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in
'cause of the beetle.
excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Okay. Hey, Penny. Oh, she's got a few things to ask her about.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. Freya doesn't
Paints.
take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable hogshot woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. Oh, that's rather sad.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance?
Huh.
You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, kinda? Like, Poppy is Professor Pointer's daughter, and Penelope is just his niece. Oh, did I ask everyone about the case file? And did I ask everyone about the tower? Oh. I did indeed. Alright.
Is this important?
Possibly.
Yes. God dang it. Alright, we've asked everyone about every piece of evidence. I think. Did we ask Flora about the paints? I feel like we did. Hey, yo. We did not. Okay. That's everybody. something about this painting.
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
Yeah, no, we already have
It's
that.
a photograph.
What's with these lines? Can we look at the other side of this? This was meant to be taped up somewhere. Hold on a second. Do we know of any other spot where that was supposed to happen? What I mean is, like, is there another location where lines are drawn on a board with stuff taped up? Like, I'm thinking of this.
Fifi's got
What
something.
is all this?
But it doesn't have the same, like...
Is Fifi?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Did you ever try
math.
Is Fifi?
Maybe. Did you
Mhm.
ever try that?
Lines?
Arrows connecting all the different suspects.
They're not labeled, though.
Yeah, they're completely meaningless.
Eh.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Yeah, Freya and Fifi. I did ask Fifi about the paints, right? Yes, okay.
A
Chalkboard?
chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Oh, Jesus. Well, this...
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Oh, boy. What do these numbers mean? Something to... Oh, my God. I think all this math is pointless. None of this means anything. But this definitely has something to do with something. Hmm. 191, 193, 195, 196. 200, 201, 209, 206. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know, man.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Same. It has to be important, though, surely.
Is that
Of sorts.
It is a snow globe. Is there anything I can learn from? That looks like broken glass. It definitely is, but like, the numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Ugh.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower.
Yeah.
There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
that would make an amazing souvenir.
Weird mountains, huh? Ah! Go back to the start. Maybe there's something. It's almost like we're in the snow globe, which is weird.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune.
Oh,
Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
well, under the lamp was information about the ink-tip bird, which we have over here. This is what led us to believe that the knife was a bird feather. Yeah. Alright, so we have all of the tunes that we need for this.
I'm still not sure about
Should we take another look?
So we have the doorbell, we have the humming on the tape, we have the sheet music, and we have the birds singing. But we can't solve this puzzle yet for some reason.
Come back later.
Is there a puzzle we haven't solved yet?
What is that?
I think it's a family
it's a family tree. I feel like we're not going to learn anything about this. There's the ink dip bird.
Pretty.
Pretty.
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
I guess she doesn't live here anymore.
Nope. Flint.
Flint Fellow. I guess he doesn't live here anymore.
True.
Richard Remington.
The one and only.
And there's Primrose. A pointer.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Can I?
Do you think he'll start to move?
No.
No.
I think
Okay.
he'll just...
Oh.
What?
Oh, there's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah. Tangle tour.
Twar.
Twar. Let's see. I want to ask Poppy about this again. This. But I don't think I can.
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
Okay, I feel like that's important. Let's see. Again, Pointer is the only one that we don't know anything. Like, he doesn't. We're not suspicious of him. I mean, we are, but we don't have any suspicion to go off of. And we're still missing a clue. Poppy says she didn't break the statue. Various shards of glass. So we need to find out who broke the statue? Hey, you.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes.
We didn't ask about the birds
That's
in
rather a
cages.
small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
Okay, now do we have everything? Ah! Hey, Fitz. Have I asked you about everything? Yes. I'll ask you about the trumpet again. Horn.
What's with the broken glass?
I already asked you about that, alright. Or is that everybody about that? Yeah! Fifi, maybe? Yo, Fifi. Tell me about this more.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
But she said that there's someone else. What are you, Hawkshaw?
Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Anything else here? Like this right here was a puzzle which gave us the little whatchamacallit spyglass.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
Ah! Let's go talk to Flora again, I guess. Oh.
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
I didn't ask her
you
about
have any
so many
hobbies?
things. What the heck? Ah! Did I ask you about everything? Grasping at straws here. So this was a puzzle that we solved.
We already solved it.
Yeah, we got that. I'm missing a trigger. So there's that eye. Is there an eye down here?
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen.
Dais?
First one, too.
Okay. What do I have to hear?
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
Sure.
It's a two-person bench.
Now, what makes it a two-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me.
Okay. Pillar.
Stone pillars, or what's left of them.
Okay, we already have this guy. We've asked everyone about him. Well, shoot. Do we miss anything in Poppy's room? What's this?
Gloomy.
But roomy.
Hilarious.
It's open.
Do I need to go outside? Back to Penny's room, maybe? Solve that puzzle. You know what the deal is with this. Yeah, I'm kind of stumped. We don't really have any way of... By the bed? The teapot?
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
Oh. Okay. Hey. That tells us there's something here.
That's a whole lot of books.
Indeed it is.
It's a bed.
I just realized that Fifi just sleeps on a mattress.
Barely.
That might just be a futon.
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space.
Man. Can we turn off this red? What are these pipes? Hold on.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either.
Can we turn this off?
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
There's no natural light in here at all.
I like it.
Fish.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
Teddy bear.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Vent.
Do you think this was always?
I don't
Come
know.
on.
No windows either. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Agreed. Like, this very clearly looks like a trapdoor.
Do you think this was?
Ah.
I know.
No windows either. It's Freya's bed. A little bit
It's a
messy.
perfectly healthy amount of
God, because there's dirt on this rug. Somebody tracked dirt.
Even though we're halfway up a tower,
Which makes me think Fitz, right? Like, he's the
someone's
gardener.
been tracking in mud from outside.
Box by her bed.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Yeah, because as far as we know, the golden beetle that Professor Pointer is looking for has some connection to Freya. Particularly since a loud noise was heard at the same time as the murder, quote unquote. And then there's all that stuff that's been cracked. I would assume by the loud noise. I could be totally off base with that though. So Freya has some connection with the golden beetle. Let's go back to basics. Let's go to the crime scene.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
Okay, Freya Fellow, 19, died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow. Flora's tower, Flora was present as she was posing for a portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. Like, can I not... Can I can't! No! I want to highlight this. This seems so inconsistent. Why can't we talk to people about that? Also, in this picture, there's no blood stain. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. It's not a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint. It was discovered to be blood. So I can update this. Oh, hello. Interesting. Let's check this for everybody. Okay. Painted in the floor is not holding a knife, he's actually holding a red and white ink dip feather. He once owned a rare ink dip bird with white and red feathers. He included the ink dip bird in a model he made for Flora. Just think the feather while being painted. The feather was not found anywhere at the crime scene. The feather was normally kept inside Flora's ceramic egg, which was empty. And she didn't go anywhere, she was always in the tower. Okay. He went from his workshop into Fitz's room, back out, up to the tower. That's a bit strange. Felix's red paint pot was found at the crime scene with blood in it. The red paint pot from Felix's room was actually belongs to Freya. He was painting a model for Freya, but needed red paint. He asked Freya to borrow her paint, but she said no. He took Freya's red paint pot and swapped the lid to disguise it. He left his own empty red paint pot in Freya's room. He finished the painting of the model, but did not give it to Flora. Fifi. Flora and Felix are her parents. He's close friends with those guys. She went to her room, up to the tower. I feel like I'm missing a piece of evidence for Fifi. Photograph proved that diary actually belonged to Freya. Why did Fifi have it hidden in her room, and why is it locked? She missed the diary belonged to Freya. Fifi hid it in her room because she didn't want anyone to read it. Freya wrote things in her diary, which seems suspicious. Fifi didn't want the diary to incriminate Freya. She could talk to people about that. Lead suspect, what? Hawksaw said that she had a small microscope for detective work, but Fifi said it was actually a telescopic lens. Hawksaw admits it's a telescope she's had since childhood. She's aware of Professor Pointer's work in astronomy. Pointer hired her to find his golden beetle, which has gone missing. Pointer thinks it was stolen by somebody at Tangle Tower. Hawkshaw's lead suspect for the theft was Freya Fellow. Oh, okay. So, the golden beetle was stolen, and he thinks that Freya didn't. She probably did, all things considered. Got Fitz. He went from the garden to his room up to the tower. So, Fifi says he saw Fitz carrying a knife up Pointer Tower. He was actually carrying this ornate trowel up to Penny's room. He regularly goes into Penny's room with the ornate trowel. He uses it to look after a potted plant. The flower was given from Fitz to Penny. Let's see, he's able to breed flowers of particular colors. Penny ignores the flower, so Fitz looks after it instead. Okay. She was also in the rooftop garden. Cassette tape was piano music recorded on it. Does it belong to Poppy? Why was it found at the crime scene? We already know all of that. Poppy admits the cassette tape used to belong to her. She recorded piano music on it and gave it to Freya. The crack in the tape must have happened quite recently, probably the same time as the crack and everything else. Freya liked to listen to music on the gramophone while painting. Poppy used to like bright pink, but she doesn't anymore. Penny. She went from the aviary down to the Grand Hall. She was following Professor Pointer. And she met up with Felix on their way up. Red admired roses in the rooftop garden. Penny used one of her birds to spy on Poppy and Fitz. That seems very weird. Like, can she talk to these birds? Fitz and Poppy often spent time together on the roof of the garden. Penny was paranoid about the two of them. Penny sent her yellow bird Tabitha to spy on them. Tabitha stole rose petals as evidence of what they were doing. Penny feels that Fitz is slipping away from her. Let's see. He went from the astronomy tower all the way to there. Ah! Is there anything suspicious about him? Let's go back to the astronomy tower. Maybe there's a puzzle that I haven't done yet. I don't think so, because I did this.
We already solved it.
Yeah, that's where we got the beetle information.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
Huh.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
What is this?
A bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean? Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Oh, here we go. This is something I haven't done. He could have been watching. He was watching.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
Ooh.
We should check that next time we're over there.
Oh, oh. Ho, ho, ho.
I can just about see the gramophone. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
Why is that? Wait, someone had to kick the door down. I think it was Fitz.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
Alright, we already looked at
You
Flora.
can see right into Flora.
Not by accident.
I can see
Yeah,
behind
yeah,
her.
yeah.
Can't really see in.
Can we click on this?
You can see
Not by
I can see
accident.
behind her. I can't really see.
Okay.
Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something
There we
about
go.
Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Hey, creepy old dirtbag.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
Different field of research. I mean, it'd probably be golden beetle, right?
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
Oh. Pointer's telescope. Stretch my thumb here. I was actually looking at the crime scene for self-reflection. No.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene.
Making progress
and
all of a
not at
sudden.
the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me
What's wrong
of
with entomology?
what? Spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around. Both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Later.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Later. First of all, I wanted to check that. Aha! The attic. Oh god.
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know there's a name for that.
I know.
Man wolf.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
That's upsetting. What's this?
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Oh?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Interesting. A reel thingy. Brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reels a length of fine red rope. Huh.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Boo.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty
junk.
Where's that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
It's gonna look right down. Yep. Oh. Wait a second.
Is that what I think it is?
That's very bizarre. Mainly because she would have to have already been lying down. Have to wait till it's in focus, really?
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Yes, it is. What? Okay, so now we have to ask people about this real thingy. Oh, the eye! Oh, the eye.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
Hold up, hold up, hold up.
The attic's directly above us, right?
Yeah.
Very weird. There's an eye down there, there's an eye up there. let's go talk to everyone about all these things. Or this last thing.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know, but Grimoire picked it
Probably.
up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
Okay, alright. My theory that this murder was staged
don't
is
know. We were really hoping
really
you-
starting to hold more water.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Alright. Let's go talk to Penny about it. I really love Penny's theme.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
we have no idea.
I'm a little suspicious that there was no puzzle in the attic. Same, yeah. I don't know what quality about it that makes it so nice to me.
Is this yours?
Honestly, all the themes are really
I
good.
do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Down to Poppy. Hey, you.
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
Yeah, it seems like everybody did. As no one deigned to tell me that it existed.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me three. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Alright, Hawkshaw. Tell us nothing like everyone else.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
Oh, neither am I, but... let's give it one look. And then we'll go solve the, heart puzzle.
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
Why can't we look at it?
At least the moths are kept well fed.
Alright, let's go solve that puzzle. Or at least get started on some hint of the puzzle. What is this? Hold on.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
Pick
It's
it up.
a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. She likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Yeah, I knew it! Yeah! Okay.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Because she's not dead.
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
Can't believe Freya was the real murderer all along. Oh my gosh, how's it going? Edwyn Tiong, hold on a second. Hold on, wait a second. Wait just a second. Da, 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 da. That's wow. And the butler, Edwyn Tiong. I hope I got that name, that pronunciation right. That this all takes place inside the mind of the killer. Oh my gosh, the voice of Detective
What
Grimoire
about
himself,
the
huh?
little wooden toy thingy?
Thank you so much for stopping by. This is fantastic.
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Oh my gosh. You were dead all along. Now, there's also the similarities between this entire environment and that little snow globe. It looks very similar. In fact, exactly the same. Oh god, what's happening here? Unfinished business, a new chapter? Ooh. Intriguing, yes. Alright, so we already pretty much know the solution to this. Let's go ahead and take stock, though, before we do that.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
I mean, I want to say yes because it's funny. Okay, what are our options here? Was Freya stabbed by a knife? Why was there blood on the painting? So blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather. Hide the evidence? To prove the existence of magic. To resemble a bloody knife, that's probably it. So it could stab Freya. Oh.
Blood from the
There we
paint
go.
pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather.
PG
to
Cat's
resemble
adaptation
a
with no
bloody
name.
knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime.
Probably
Why?
Freya.
To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
I was
Freya's
right.
the only
She
person
was the one who
who
hired
took
us.
her, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside.
That seems
Pointer
dangerous.
said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived.
Hmm.
She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
The loud noise. The noise that cracked the gramophone, the paint pots, probably the tape. Okay, maybe it knocked them both out. See, now I'm questioning myself. This game has me thinking in circles. Ah! Oh my gosh. Because part of me is convinced that Freya is still alive. She staged her own murder. None of that actually happened. But now I'm wondering, okay, she might have been knocked out by the, I'm assuming the beetle, making a really loud noise. Maybe the real murderer were the friends we made along the way. I mean, maybe. Perhaps. Possibly. Alright. So we know Yeah, Edwin, thanks for stopping by. That's super cool to have you just like
I'm still
hanging
not
out in
sure
here. Your
about this thing.
performance is fantastic, by the way.
Should we take another look?
Oh, it actually just
Let's come
has
back
them there.
later.
All right. Let's get the bell. Turn me onto your work as first. Yeah, McLeod was actually saying, like, as he was hearing Grimoire's voice, he's like, huh, that sounds like a voice from, what's the game called? Was it Dust? Am I right about that? Dust and Elysian Tale, yeah. Which is what inspired me to look it up in the first place. Funny how stuff like that works out. Okay, where are the other things? We'd have Freya. Not Freya. What am I saying? Poppy. Need her to play the piano notes. The musique.
Yeah, it's mine.
We know.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
When it was announced and thought it was cool you got into a game. Is that not the right one? Ah, there you go. Okay. Fantastic. And the last one, we need to go to the gramophone. Try it. Alright. I love when things come together like this.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Ah. Alright, we got all those.
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
You bet it is.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Yes.
Let's try this again.
This thing reminds me
You know,
of those
I think
little,
we might be able
like,
to solve
playground
this now.
toys. I don't know how universal this is, but like a lot of the playgrounds I played on as a kid had these little, like, spinny things. Sometimes they were tic-tac-toe, sometimes it was just like a bunch of random pictures. That's what this reminds me of. Yes. Boom.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Nah.
Wait, do you hear that?
Ah! Okay. Spooky.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Hold on, before we go down, I want to see if they say something with the eyes.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Nope. Go down. Woo! That was fast. Ooh. Was this Freya's laboratory?
It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
Ooh, chemistry.
cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
What's in there?
Puzzle? Okay, hold up.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them.
Indeed. Murder laboratory, yes.
Mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
Huh.
9 beetles.
Poor little guy.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them.
9 beetles.
It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
Huh. Not a puzzle. That's fine. Are these actual beetles up here?
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
Isn't this one that we... The library?
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
Puzzle? Oh,
Weird
okay.
looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Oh, it's one of these. Alright. Oh, no. Okay, that's the only solution for that. Alright. Oh, no. Hold on a second. Oh, this is going to be so confusing. Alright. We need to get here. Oh, there's options. This has to line up with something. So if we work backwards, we can probably get somewhere. Interesting. So that doesn't work. That's not the solution. Or maybe it is. No, not likely. Do that though. No, that doesn't change anything. So what do we have here then? Go here. Come on now. That doesn't really change anything either. Would any of these connect with those? I don't think so. That doesn't connect there. This might connect there, though. Or not. This one's gonna be a toughie. Especially with these, touch controls. Let's see here. We don't want this to be that far. Bring this up like this. I think. I think this is how this works. Okay. No, that doesn't quite work. Also, that doesn't work in the first place. Let's bring this red one down. So now that's just confusing. Oh no, that doesn't need to happen. This can go here. This can go there. But then what? This? It's a little off. Do that. We can't move this though. A conundrum. Oh, we can do this. There we go. From key to lock, yeah. Then this can go this way, which goes down to there. This connects here. Oh. Okay, hold on. We're onto something. Just to move this back a little bit. Oh, but that messes things up. No. Wait. Almost there. Come on. Oh, no, tiny bit back. I think that's right. Connects to there. That goes up there. This comes down here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay.
No, that was it.
Hey, we got it.
Nice work. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
First try. Oh, and this is where this connects to the beetle research as well. Okay, fishmen. Uh-oh, these things. The math board. Alright, secret research. A folder containing research notes and diagrams. 1. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as-yet unidentified chemicals. Chemicals. 2. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming clouds and filling the lake, quote-unquote. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. I'm assuming... I guess we're gonna get to that. 3. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected, which would be why the fellows and pointers aren't affected by it. Oh.
Whose research is this?
Well, let's go over what we know. What we know.
This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
I wonder what goes there. Maybe it's the one that has the same, like, setup.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know
Pointers.
about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only...
I don't know why I'm so
one that
convinced
comes
that
down
Frey
here,
is like a mad
why
scientist.
would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
That's a good question. Pointer. Okay, let's go through all the options here. Wasn't aware of, has been trying to breed, was hiding from, has been planning to kill. He's been trying to breed the golden beetle. In the rooftop garden, maybe? But that makes sense. It doesn't seem like he's trying to breed anything down here.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the rooftop garden. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. Pointer has been trying to breed
it was the obvious
golden
decision.
beetle in the underground
The obvious
laboratory.
option, I should say.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Down? Again? Oh my god, what? Book?
A single book on a little makeshift table.
Murder underwater lair.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Dank, yes, indeed.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Oh. Mistids of the Sea and Sky. A children's picture book. It looks very old. The ink dip, an elegant bird with red and white plumage. The silver snake. An aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. The soul bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. The amphoby. Amphoby? Amphobi? A frog-like creature walking on 2 legs. It's dog-eared. You can't turn the page, though. We've heard the term misted before, for sure. This is probably where that pond in the garden goes to.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks. And a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Green hat, huh? What is this?
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
Oh. A sleek but sturdy metal rod has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop at the back with a short length of red rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
Oh, that would be Lord Remington. It's been framed, but it's slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl. A large man is sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole into the man's chest. Guess we knew what the red twine was attached to, yep. It's really starting to just point more and more towards the professor.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
Yes.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Wait, something from one of our clues? It's not this, is it? Oh! See, I thought this was Felix's brother, but no.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah.
It's Flora's
Makes
father.
Sense. We know who he is.
Lord Remington.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father. Meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know.
That man was severely scarred. Alright, anything else we can find down here?
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
Unroll it. Uh-oh. Misted Mansion, North Side Cross Section. Library, Grand Hall, Music Room. Bed, study, bedroom. Rooftop garden. Why were the turrets built later? This is a storage room.
Storage.
It's Freya's room.
Okay.
A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
Study looks important. Oh, that's the room in the middle!
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
Alright, that's probably the only important thing. I'm still gonna click on everything.
A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think.
Yes, the aviary.
It's the aviary.
Music room.
Music room.
Library.
The library.
Grand hall.
The grand hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
Oh, and the rooftop garden, of course.
The rooftop garden. Well, that name makes a little more sense in this context.
This is
It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
So, the whole house is built on top of some kind of platform.
Apparently.
Interesting.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Woohoo! The Mrs. Mansion North Side cross section. A roll of parchment on which the plans for a grand mansion have been drawn. A horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second marks where it is now. Oh wow. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage, a room labeled studies in the center. The game really opened up in the last hour or so. Yeah, as soon as we started asking everyone about everything. Like, what was the point? What was that one moment where everything started to click together? I think it was Fitz. Like, we asked him about one thing. Got the paints. Got everything, like, all the suspicions that were left. Ugh.
Basements don't normally have windows?
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth.
Oh.
No plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
The lake.
Did you notice how much light this room has for a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich.
Good point.
Like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
Ah.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
Same. I'm assuming that this... Oh.
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
Good question. If we go other places, can we go other places? Interesting. Can we go into other rooms?
Let's not wander off right now.
Okay. Okay, we can. That's fine.
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on. It's pitch black. But I think there's a switch.
Pull it. Ladder.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Climb the ladder. A ladder. The hidden heart. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's the heat source from Penny's room. There's the, what was it called? The soul something?
Crab.
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3?
The closer.
You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, Don't you think it looks familiar?
Yes, yes, yes. The limbs of the creature can be rotated, and the claws can be opened or closed. I'm assuming I need to have it in the same way, the same orientation as the notes? Read the children's book?
This crab really reminds me of something.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
Before we do anything else, secret diary. Alright, I still don't know about this. This we don't really know anything about. Soulbearer works. So I'm assuming Soulbearer is the little crab here. So I found my way into the middle. Eyes blacked out. I'm assuming we're in the middle now. Interesting. Alright. But the children's book. Both open, slightly raised, doing a dance. Alright, I think I can do that.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
also crab.
Crab. No, 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 no. Ah! Go. And then this. Don't let that open. Wait till this is raised. Grab dab. I guess that's as close we're gonna get. Let's go further. And then raise this up. Is that right? Crispy moist sounds.
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We don't
We have
need
all
to
the
guess.
information we need in our case file.
Indeed. Oh my god, so fast. Alright, let's do that.
Perfect.
There we go. Okay, so it was right the first time. Crossbow!
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
Interesting. Okay, and that's where the reel attaches to. Okay.
What is it?
Hold on, I want to do other puzzles first.
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Oh, interesting. The ambassadors of Misted Mansion. Photographed in a sturdy wooden frame, it's dusty and looks several years old. A brass plaque at the base of the frame reads "The Ambassadors of Misted Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have had their faces crudely covered with black ink. Interesting. Something tells me these are the pointers and fellows. Because that guy looks a lot like Fitz. Obviously that looks like Fifi. And that does bear resemblance to Poppy. That cloak reminds me of... oh god. Felix? Yes, Felix.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Oh god, I'm getting so many things. I want to keep looking though.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Indeed.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Uh-oh. Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. 5th ambassador located, finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend to the music room for experiments. It works. Perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort, for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful, nothing was moved. But I know, it's time. It's really starting to look like, the professor is guilty here.
An incinerator built into the wall.
Oh.
It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
Don't be bones. The feather. Also clothes. Not much more than a pile of dust and ash. Among the ashes are several black buttons. Red colored scraps of fabric are still visible. Huh?
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe.
Yikes. Alright, what's this?
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's the painting. It was! Oh my god. The painting was of Hawkshaw. Okay. Okay, alright. A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A smaller sheet underneath features a drawing resembling the silhouette of a cloaked figure. Hold on. Where's that notebook? It's all coming together, boys. Oh my gosh. Or was it Hawkshaw who inspired the painting? Ooh! That's what I would guess.
Someone's been using this room.
Like when I first went into that room, I looked at it, it's like, huh, that all that red and the black on top really reminds me of Hawkshaw from the back. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
So it's Poppy's mom, Fitz's dad. I think. Fitz's dad, probably. Felix's brother. I don't know the woman who looks like Fifi would be. Maybe the last 2 are the Remington siblings besides Flora?
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
Also, all the things with like glowing eyes like this.
Makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Yes! Alright, this one I know is obviously the picture of the painting. This one... It's not this. Oh, here we go. Ha 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 ha.
The painting from Freya's room.
Oh
and
my
those
god.
Sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
A weapon.
Was someone trying to hide it?
Oh
From
boy.
us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
We found them already.
Haha. That's the real thingy.
I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this part of the crossbow.
Oh, whoops. The small lens. Oh my god! This is the real thingy. It's all coming together! Oh my god!
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the
Makes
crossbow's
Hawkshaw's
a
story
murder
about
weapon?
her little telescope
Oh, no, the
seem
crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
seem a little suspicious now. Ah!
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then
Are
it
these
was hidden.
3D models?
I don't think anybody
I'm so
expected
tired. I
us
want to see how this
take down
pans
that
out. I
murder
know,
bomb
right?
late.
We've been
Okay,
here for 3.5
so
hours.
Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was fired from above Freya.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow
Is
was fired through
Hawkshaw
the
someone
crack in the
connected
floorboards?
to all of this?
Yeah, it's directly above where
She a
Freya
member of
was
one of the
found
families?
lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless
Freya was already lying on her back.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone?
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
It was the music being played.
What?
Let's try that again.
Okay,
But
it wasn't the music being
gramophone
played.
by itself can't do that.
There's something in the gramophone. It was the beetle in the gramophone.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
Das Beetle.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
I mean, the gramophone itself.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too?
Oh my god.
They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
They protected themselves.
How?
Oh, yikes. Okay.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
The blood, perhaps?
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the ring.
Maybe something in the
7.
song itself?
The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it.
Yikes.
There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Because now Poppy sort of feels a little bit implicated in this. Alright. Not that. Gramophone? The gramophone that originally belonged to Poppy's mother?
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Freya added the blood to the painting herself. Her red paint was swapped out with blood. Flora's not holding a knife, she's holding a red and white ink tip. The ink tip feather? No. No. This?
I can see the stars.
Okay. The egg?
It's dark.
It's dark.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Is this the thing I'm looking for? The plant?
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Oh my god, it is. Okay. Door. I've already checked that.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Oh my god. What does it want from me? There's a
what's
missing
bothering
clue?
you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was in
It
the
was here.
furnace.
In this room. Where'd it go?
We found somewhere else.
Over here. Burnt items.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
True.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue.
Yikes, everyone is being implicated.
Freya left it for us right here.
Oh god,
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
do we? Is it this?
That's not it.
No, not that. Okay, is it something... No. Shoot. The bird?
That's not it.
Oh no, what was it? Secret diary?
That's not it.
No. Oh boy. Huh. Brush and palette?
Freya prepared all
Hey.
the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
There's no yellow on that painting. The bird! Oh my god, it was... Was it Penny? Was it really Penny? Something sitting in the window.
The yellow paint was going to
Oh
be used
my
to paint
God.
the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
It's a bird! It's a bird! It's there! It's all coming together!
There she
Ah!
is,
Oh god!
our little thief.
How long has it been
Spoopy
there?
indeed, that's almost as scary as Fitz.
Did it hear the whole conversation?
Is it a parrot?
She did,
Uh-oh.
but she's a very good listener.
Hi, Hawkshaw. Howdy.
Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Hello.
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before
I'm
we
sorry.
begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
I mean, I guess we'll leave her on top. What?
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you.
Okay.
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I
just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
I'm so
Why did you
confused.
do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya fellow.
We're the same person all along. It doesn't make any
She was
sense.
all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
Yeah, that sounds about
You know
right.
what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed.
Sus.
Unearthed every
Amogus.
single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
She's lonely.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
So why stay? Why not
Yikes.
just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one.
Okay.
My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here.
Okay.
Not among the fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the
Oh my
fewer
God.
answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The attic? The study.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
What is
Let's see
this?
how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Sure.
Missed
Yeah.
it? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time.
Okay.
Birds, insects,
Oh my
amphibians,
God.
anything living off the lake water.
Answers.
The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids. Like cryptids. Like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being Mystids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
Uh-oh. The children's book?
That's not it.
No? Okay. The building? No. The notebook? No.
That's not right.
Shoot. The notebook.
That's not right.
No. Okay. Something here then. The group photo? Oh, you mean this one here?
The 5 missing
you're right. Nice.
Standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked
the one that looks like
inside
Fifi's
the
actually
area
Penny's
on my
mom.
first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped Mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
Interesting. I'm assuming the gold beetle.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post?
From who? Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But Didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets.
Yikes.
On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
She carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Come on, man.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yeah, kind of figured that out, yeah. Not directly, but...
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance.
Oof.
That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So
Probably.
she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
It totally did.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Wait, are we stuck here now? Did she strand us on this island?
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. Found him sitting on the floor in the aviary.
The hat bird.
Himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So...
I mean, it seems
Penny got
Tabitha
away.
can.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed
Hat
here
bird.
by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Oh my god. Oh god. Hey, Edwyn Tiong. That's a familiar name. First try. Oh man. That was very solid, man. It got so, like... Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Not tense. Oh. Harrowing at the end? My goodness. That was fantastic. That was a wonderful experience. Charming characters, charming setting, wonderful music. The art style's great. Vocal performances were fantastic. Oh man, the puzzles were not too difficult, but also not, like, instantly understandable. Visual fine. He killed it. Thank you. Oh, man. I feel like there were a few things that didn't get addressed. You definitely killed it. That was, like, oh. As one of the two leads that really carried the story forward. Absolutely. Ugh. Yeah, apparently there is a game that came before this with the same pair, so I'm going to try that out. Oh. Whereas tricky get right, as he needs to be a flexible mix of silly and heroic, lighthearted and dramatic. Somewhat pretentious manner, protect the persona of someone with more experience than he actually is. Importantly, he can be totally sincere when he wants to be. Oh god, I love stuff like this. It's color palette, brown, brown, and brown. I like brown. Doesn't need to be a super colorful character. In fact, it's important to have contrast between different characters. It's composed of various pinks masquerading as browns. Oh. Huh. Is there a sequel? I think it's a game that came before. It's not a sequel, but this is the sequel? Big hair. I like the big hair. There might be a sequel in the future? Ooh! Oh my gosh, if there is, I'm absolutely gonna jump right into that. I never want to draw his bouncing hair again. Oh my gosh. So it appeared in the previous game with her hair down and back and long plait. However, when you designed for this game, it quickly wasn't made for a really cluttered silhouette. Slightly unimpressed. That is a great way to describe her. When I played it, when I started last week, I love, I love this. This is fantastic. Hair shape onigiri, wonderful. I was trying to find a way to describe the kind of like personality that she gives off. Slightly unimpressed is a perfect description. Ugh. The characters like wear those little jackets. For this game, our starting point is slightly bored, but just beneath the surface it has a great deal of passion for detective work and life in general. They conveyed that really well. Sally's still wearing her hair in the style from the previous game, although Catherine has already started looking for ways to give it a stronger silhouette. Who is that in the bottom right corner? What? Don't do this to me. You can't have another mystery in this. Ah. Oh yeah, hope they have you reprise the role. I don't see why they wouldn't. Huh? It's such a much older version of the game, long before it became Tangle Tower. Oh, little girl from the previous game. Sally and Grimoire are about halfway towards their Tangle Tower design. The only story idea was to include the little girl in the team. Obviously, we changed our minds. She's just called the little girl? That's lovely. Must be understate her actions, but isn't above throwing a little bit of pretentiousness. I think she's mocking how Grimoire indulges in theatrical gestures. Yeah, tons. All the animations for these characters were amazing. Just, ugh. I definitely can't gush enough. The only thing that bothers me in this entire experience, the only thing that I'm a little bit... The image is gorgeous. Yeah, oh my gosh. How is Penny Pointer Detective Hawkshaw? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like, I'm sure in the, like, scope of the narrative, we only ran into Penny a couple times, right? But in the actual gameplay, we went back and forth between these two characters constantly. Ugh. Either way, amazing twist. Like, right at the end where it becomes apparent that Penny is... See, whenever Penny needs to become Hawkshot, she yeets herself out of her bird tower to the square. Oh, that's perfect. She can definitely take the fall. We saw at the end there. She jumped out the window of Flora's tower. Ugh. But God, such a brilliantly written mystery where it's like, okay, we have all this information. When she needs to become Penny again, she backflips right up into the tower. Ooh. I believe it. That is now firmly in my headcanon that Penny Pointer is a superhuman. She is a bird. Oh my gosh. But yeah, like they give us all this information. Enough to put together so many like viable ideas and theories. And then they just narrow it down slowly. It's like, oh, it's starting to look like it's Detective Hawkshaw. Oh no, it's looking like it's Penny. Oh, it was both because they're the same person. Oh my god. Jeez, how am I gonna sleep tonight? I'm too excited by this. Oh. My goodness. And of course they gave Penny one of like the best themes on the soundtrack. I think I prefer Poppy's overall, just in terms of aesthetics, but Penny's is so unique and filled with an energy that is just... It explains the character, just with the energy it gives off. Oh. Yeah, I am supremely satisfied with this experience. This game was fantastic. Everyone should play this. Oh. Gosh. Oh, look, there's the key and one of those little symbols in the background. Chi. Woo! Oh. Alright. I'm happy you were able to catch it too, McLeod. Oh my gosh. Anyways, I think it's time to end before I, you know, dissolve in a puddle of excitement. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this court is adjourned. Thank you all for so much for watching. McLeod, thanks for hanging out for the whole run of it. Edwin, thank you so much for stopping by. It's so cool to have someone who worked on this game in some capacity, like the voice of one of the main characters, hanging out and just witnessing this with us. Ugh. That in itself is extremely exciting. Yeah, you all have a wonderful night or day or morning, whatever it is for you. It's a little bit of morning and night for me here. But I'll see y'all next time. Probably gonna be painting some minis tomorrow. I think some dwarves, who knows? Depends on what I have ready. Yeah. See y'all next time. Bye-bye.